you know. Um, so usually I'm just going to go over it with the yellow because this is a very watered down yellow anyway. But all the other colors on this are sort of like darker anyway, so they can quite happily sit over the top and not really bother the yellow. Plus, this is cadmium. Cadmium. Um, so it should sort of stain into the paper. And as always, what? Yes, back we are. So as always with this type of painting, what I learned, or what took me a while to learn was with these types of ships, is that there's a lot of detail that you have to pick out afterwards, or at least I do, um, because of the way that I'm trying to paint here, um, and the way that the watercolor sort of like works. It's sort of impossible for me to pick out. Like when I say this, I say impossible for me. It's impossible for me to um, pick out all of these little white dots. Do you know what I mean? Um, yeah, the ship is yellow. Um, see, I know I'm gonna have problems with this because already my brain's going, oh no, it's going wrong. It's already wrong, you know. And even I know that when we're doing stuff like this, you know, it doesn't really work like that. You can see you see where the things spread in and stuff, but the actual color is not, you know, um, that golden looking. And again, out comes the hairdryer. Give me a second. Okay, so that's pretty much our base color. Now I'm sort of looking at this and I'm going, I'm looking at color here. I'm just saying to myself, what colors do we need? So I'm going to try and limit my palette. I'm going to cheat a little bit today because I'm going to do this. Give me a second. We don't need this. Viridian green, chances of us using that very, very slim. We're not going to use that. See what I'm saying? This frog tape is really, really not sticking right now. So I think it's the heat. The heat sort of like lifts it, but it sort of sticks to the paper, just not the board. Maybe I should have cleaned the board first. I don't know. Just gonna have to deal with this. Right, so what I'm gonna use, these are Cotmans, by the way. They are great. They're great for me for layering and stuff like that. I really do enjoy the Cotmans. I know that people say they're student grade, but they are perfectly light fast anyway. And I do use a mix of professionals and Cotmans. But for the way that I paint, I don't actually notice the difference a lot of the time. The professionals usually have a lot more pigment, so when you do put paint on, it's like bang paint. But I do tend to layer up quite a lot, so it's I haven't really found um, them to be any real to have any sort of like real difference when I'm using them. So we're going to use, instead of what I'd usually do, is I'd usually do ultramarine blue with burnt umber. I do actually have a French blue somewhere downstairs, but I'm not going to go and get it. I'm just going to use the Cotmans, right? Because I've got a professional downstairs. Doesn't really matter. I'd usually use these two, but on the background today, you can see that I've used Payne's Grey. That's because when the color pools, if I use these, sometimes when the color pools, it creates like little brown or blue patches, and I didn't want that today, so I've used Payne's Grey. So probably going to be using Payne's Grey a lot today for some of the colors and stuff like that. We will keep these here anyway, because if I want to make the grey warmer or cooler, these are the two colors I'm going to use. And we're going to actually use this. This is an Indian red. I don't really use that this much, but I do think that that's going to be, what's the word? Shall I add this? There we go. Look at that. Oh, look at that pretty face. So yeah, I do think that that's going to help me today. There's probably no reason why I'm going to put this camera up, but we'll put it over. We'll put it in this corner, and then we'll move this over a little bit, and this over. Oh, no, we'll just have it like this. So yes, um, these are the colors I'm gonna use today, and I might use. No, chances of me using any orange are quite slim because there isn't really any orange in the picture that I'm looking at. I'm gonna try and make it look a bit more. I'm gonna try and make it look a bit brighter than it actually is. So it's probably gonna look a bit more Blood Raiders crossed with a yellow rather than the Blood Raiders red with it mixed with a yellow rather than the sort of coppery sort of yellow you see on the right side right now. But we'll see how it goes. And like you said, this is my palette, keeping it very very. Oh, this is my palette. What a mess. Keeping it very simple. And yeah, we're just gonna see how it goes. don't know what I've done with my brush. It's a good start, isn't it? Okay, so I've got two brushes here right now. I've got the mop brush, which is the squirrel. I do like using that. I paid like 30, 40 quid for two of the, well, for one of these, and I bought two. It's chipping a little bit at the bottom. But this has been great. I mean, I've had this for years, and it's still working brilliantly, for me at least. So, and I've got a spare one downstairs. And then this one, I use this one the most. It's just a Milan, a synthetic Milan number 12, round 12. I think it's 12, yeah. Um, yeah. You can see all of my all of my brushes are starting to crack and stuff. They are quite old. You can see that crack, yeah. So, um, you can see that that's uh the right sort of color, but the wrong sort of shade. So if I put it in with a bit of Payne's Grey, it becomes a lot better. The only problem is now I have two reds, so I'm gonna have to do this. Can I put this here? This is quite watery. And I don't even know if that's going to go around the whole ship. I do actually think that a little. Oh, that's going to go too on the brown side, I think. Okay. And yeah, we're just gonna sort of like start and hope for the best. Again, I don't think a lot of people are really gonna see a lot of the minor infractions. I'm gonna call it. Um, so, and at some point we're gonna probably, like we just want it to be quite loose as well. We're not really being sort of too messy with it. We can see that there's too messy. That's not even the right word, is it? I like right now. I'm looking at the painting, looking at the reference, and then I'm just chucking paint on where I think it goes. I'm not really paying overly too much attention about a lot of the details and stuff right now, because that would stop me um, sort of doing it in that sort of like loose sort of painterly style that I'm trying to keep um, going. And like I said, I don't think most people really notice. They're not going to notice that if I do like this blotch, they're not going to notice that that dot's not there. They're not going to notice. They're not going to. They're just not. Um, and then So I'm just going to lay on some paint in splashes where I think that there should be some. I'm not really going to paint where the black is. Um, and there's obviously some white there that I'll pick out at a later date. A later date. I'll pick that out later and then try and I'll also try and bring in some more yellow. Okay, let's get a little. All right, so we're just gonna get a little randomness in there. Where's that? I'm gonna lift some up. Because we only wanted. It looks like we're probably gonna have to come back in with the yellow as well, because that yellow's not really popping like how I expected or wanted it to. But that's fine. Um, you get that a lot when you're painting it, and this will dry. This will dry, and some of those bits will be darker or lighter than I really wanted them, but it's all right. You know, this is all about again just playing around. I mean, I'm on stream, so I'm gonna try and not be too anxious about it because if I'm anxious, it will kind of it'll kill it for me. So you can see some of this. Some of these colors now will start becoming obviously wrong, and then we go back in and try and correct them later and try and make them stronger. Um, to try and make them stand out. But right now I'm just sort of setting the sort of the base the baseline out. You see that this bit is a lot darker, but this little bit here, which is yellow, is probably more like this color than it is this color. So what we're going to do is put a bit of water on the brush, and I'm going to and then pull that down. And there is some white there, and white on the there's white on the bottom, but again we can bring that out, can't we? We can even go over this with some acrylics if we really want to make them really stand outy. Stand outy. That's great, isn't it? Okay. So, oh, didn't mean to do that. And unfortunately, I don't have anywhere to run this off for the yellow. So hey Clogger, how are we doing today? Let's get rid of these a minute, get those out of the way. Just sipping my tea before I wash my brush and out where it goes cold. And then I'm also gonna do this. I'm gonna do this now. Just gonna put some Payne's grey into here. Um, so I mixed that with a little bit of blue to make it a little bit cooler, but I don't think it's really worked. And then just gonna start going around. Should have done this when it was wet, really, but it's alright. Just wanted it to be a bit more, a bit darker. And the cool thing about this brush is sometimes when you flick it, it'll it'll spit sort of little splashes. See that? I mean, that wasn't cool. That did it where I don't want it. Right where I don't want it, you know. Um, but we do have a line there, and is it that line? And I believe there's a line there as well. So we're just gonna go in here and cut in and try and bring this. Let's just go. Okay, so you can see it's just spitting over here a little bit, and I want to, like I said, I'm just trying to cut in because I kind of want this to stand out a little bit from the background while I'm painting so that I can see the sort of colour I should expect it to look like. Okay, I'm going to just go smudge that. Yeah. Did you see that, guys? Did you see that? Um, this is going to come around here. And later we're going to put a white line there just to sort of like accentuate that. That's going to really irritate me. So we've got a little bit here as well. Where were you when I needed you? A little bit of a hair thing going on there. So we kind of want this dark. It's going to probably dry round about the same color I want it. But I don't want it too dark because this patch here is actually going to be darker. So what I want to do is just put in some of these lines. And then we can come round the other side now and start putting in some of these. So some of these are probably gonna start pooling soon. Let me just see if I can, because that's taken way more color than I wanted, or more water than I intended, I should say. So I just want to lift out some of that. But I also want to come in here, and see, that's not a Payne's grey that we're looking at there. This one here, a little bit more control is needed. Okay, so let's go. See, I've got somewhere picked up a little bit of brown. Okay, so we kind of want a bit here as well, because otherwise that white has got nothing to really stand against. Now, you might say, a lot of people have said to me before, why don't you do backgrounds and stuff like that? And although sometimes I do, there are two things that really stop me doing it. One, space backgrounds are incredibly fucking hard with watercolor. I won't lie. I find them exceptionally challenging. But two, the biggest challenge I have with them is nearly every time I do it, I lose. Not every time. I've done a few pieces and I'm like, oh, this turned out well, but it's like, so right now I'm painting a scorpion. I'm painting a nightmare, and the whole purpose of this is that the subject, the nightmare, is what I want you to focus on. So if I'm painting this because I want to paint a nightmare and show you a nightmare, and then I just add a background, it just, it will lose the intention that I had originally. So if I've got an intention to um, if I've got an intention to do a scene, well, that's different because the intention was there to do a scene, which means that my focus isn't just on one ship. So if I do So yeah, so then it becomes a little. What? No, we didn't want to really do that, did we? Okay, that'll do. Um, so that's why a lot of the ships don't have backgrounds, so to speak. Um, because if they did, they would lose the thing that I'm trying to do the most. Okay, some of these pointy things are just in the way. In the way. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh, he's going again. And it's like with all things, even in Eve. Eve's a great example. To be honest, if you set yourself up and you're going to do some solo PvP, and then somebody gets in gang, it kind of messes up what you wanted to do. So if your intention was to uh, hot drop someone, or if your intention was to go roaming, for example, you're in an alliance or whatever, and your intention was to just go roaming, have a nice chilled one with some music and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in a fleet that you didn't really want to be in, but there was HD fleet, and they said join or die or whatever, and then next thing you know, you've spent your entire day in an HD fleet. You haven't really done what you wanted, and everything you've done has been sort of like half-hearted because your intention was stolen from you. Um, well, not stolen, I guess. But a lot can be said for what if you had a specific goal in mind, or a specific target, or you know, um, and with art it matters a lot because I'm not, you know, you can tell a story with a scene, great, but sometimes not all art is a story. Not all art is this is a story about this. This is a story about, I'm thinking of Fresh Prince now. It's not all art is necessarily a story. Sometimes the journey itself is just in the painting, in the brush strokes. Um, Not necessarily, like for example, this nightmare. I'm toying the idea of what I'm gonna do for this stream. What I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do, and I was like, right, do you know what? I'm gonna paint a nightmare because it's come up quite a few times. And then I looked at a bunch of stuff, and then I thought, you know what? I'll go on Skinner, and paint it. So this painting is a story about how my life got flipped turned upside down. And I'd like to tell you a story about how I came to Prince of, but no, I'm joking. So this is just a story of, what I was doing this day. What my intention was this day. Um, Actually, do you know what? That does look kind of orange, doesn't it? There's a little bit of orange in there. Okay. Kind of need this to dry really because I don't really want to go over it and you know and yeah, so this today my story is I wanted to paint a nightmare and I wanted to get a little bit of practice in and I wanted to stream this like a full painting. You know, we're going from 9 o'clock all the way through, you know, and that's the journey. The journey is in the brushstrokes and the decisions and the conversation. Um, you know, so there's still a lot of story in there, and it shows my intention perfectly. Don't get me wrong, I do have some. I do every now and again. I'll paint something with the intention of showing something a bit more, you know. I might actually have to go in and do some actual put some more pencil lines, I think. Um, and a lot of these lines that we're putting in, they will sort of disappear or merge because it is watercolor. Um, and some of these, like you see this bit here, I'm probably going to leave very loose now. Like there'll be like a little line here, like a little orangey line, and a little orangey line here, and that'll be it. It'll get that'll be it. It'll just get left now. Um, because that's what it looks like. You know, there's no point in accentuating that area when it's not really the focus. The main focus on this ship for me personally is this bit here. Yeah. So this top bit here and this bit here. Yeah. You've got a little bit of detail here that I'm gonna just sort of like try and bring out and highlight. So it's mainly this sort of like frontal area and a little bit down here. But for the most part, everything else outside of that, I'm not going to be putting a lot of detail in. In fact, I'm going to be trying to do as minimum as possible there, because I don't really. That's not where I want you to look. I'm going to say, you know, it's not my intention. Like, you know, I'm going to have to totally That's why I did this one, you know, so I could just flick some paint at it. Because I saw it. See, I get distracted easily. But yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh, that's nice. It looks like a painting, you know. And I thought, I want to paint that. I can flick paint and do stuff. Does anyone else here like to flick paint at paper and see what comes up? So I'm starting to get a little bit lost in trying to do details, so I'm going to try and loosen myself up a little bit again now. Um, Hey Gloom, thanks mate. I'm glad you like it. I can see that this paint is actually starting to resemble the colour I wanted up here that I avoided. So I'm gonna just go up here and put that put that in. And what I'm gonna do is, oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, there. Gonna worry about that a little bit later. Oh, where are we going? Yeah, so this is a little square, that little square part there, and there, and then you see what I'm saying now. Look, see how it's sort of matching up with that sort of color that we wanted right now. And we're just going to bring that down a little bit as well. Perfect. Well, that's all right, guys. You don't have to be active. I'm going to talk anyway, or try to, because I've got to get into the habit of it. But you don't have to be active. Just even if you just got the stream up, you're kind of like helping me, technically speaking, because I get the viewers or whatever it is, you know, um, which kind of helps. Or I'm assuming it's like Facebook and there's an algorithm. Facebook. Yeah, I think the more people that watch a stream or are viewing a stream, the more chance it has of that stream getting viewed. Is that right? I mean, I don't actually know. I never looked into it. Like I said, my main reason for streaming art isn't because I want to be a streamer. It's because I figured if I'm gonna record it, I might as well stream. And it gives me an opportunity to develop a bit of confidence and you know um, uh, deal with my anxiety in a sort of positive way. Um, we'll go back in that little patch. You can see that's actually a little green patch, and there's a lot of I try and apply the paint quite loosely, which doesn't really help with the details. When I'm doing sort of pencil work, um, it's a little bit different. I'm usually like focusing more on details. So I think the best thing for me to do right now is uh, come back in with some pencil before sort of like doing any more to this. I've also sort of run out of paint. They always say make more than you plan on using. So what we're doing right now is we're just laying down some base colors, and I'm going to actually let that dry a bit. Actually, I'm just going to, because I need to use the loo, and while I'm at it, I'm going to run out of tea. Look at that. At least I didn't stick my brush in it this time. So obviously this is our extreme, so expect it to be kind of like chilled out and relaxed. I've got it on set for the Eve, because it is an Eve ship, and I don't see the point in. If you look at the art community on Twitch, it's pretty much all like OCs, like that type of anime sort of stuff, um, and digital. Um, and I figured I could hop on there, and everyone's gonna be like, "What the fuck's this guy doing?" You know, they've got no idea what a nightmare is. They've no idea what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Eve stuff. Um, so I just put it under the Eve because they don't let you put two different things up for some reason. I will be right back while that's drying. brushes because I needed them and some snacks because I needed something. I also really got to sort that out. I mean, I should not be out of breath from going up the stairs, up and down the stairs. I've got a couple of other little bits of colour as well. It's got some cerulean blue. That's just literally for this little area here. These two little dots. And I thought while I was down there, I'd grab the French ultramarine. It's a slightly different blue, but we've got, this is a difference. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really notice the difference between this and the normal Cotman one. And I think that's because of the way I paint. I also got these two. I got a cadmium red and a alizarin crimson. I'm not likely to use them, but I might. Just 1 second. So I was actually half expecting the little dog to jump up onto the bed. Have I got a message up here? What's going on? I'm going to do something, and I don't know what it is, because I forgot. Is this? Is that showing? That's showing my. Why is that showing my Why is that showing my capture? Ah, I was going to say, why is it showing my Why was it showing my? I was like so confused. Uh, on which sketch? If it was, I mean, usually. A bit popcorn stuck in my Oh, don't you just hate it when that happens? Right, so this one This one took about, I don't know, like an hour and a half, I think it was, maybe 2 hours, hour and a half, 2 hours. That's how it came out, and it's pretty much the same one we got today, just a little bit of practice. Um, you know, and if we get, I was I was chuckling to myself and saying maybe I should just do like streamer things, but if I get, I do want to give, stuff, some of this stuff away. Like I've got the Kisrael sketch, and I've got this sketch, and I'm probably going to give them away, but I'm just trying to figure out how best to do that. Um, and I was laughing at myself downstairs because I thought if I get like 500 subs today, I'll give this painting away type thing, Um, and I was laughing at how well that's going to go because I don't. There's no way I'm getting 500 subs today. And again, I am not really. I'm not here. I'm not here for to try and get those subs. Really, I'm here because I just got this as well. I got a few nice sketches. There's the nightmare. I've got this sheet which I want to give away at some point. That one's, yeah. I've got this one. That one I want to give away. If you've got Drifter, look, this one's old. It's 2019. That one I drew that one in. I've even got this one. I don't know what to do with. Um, so yeah, I'm probably going to give a lot of these away. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to give those away just yet. And uh, yeah, I've even got this one. This one's sold. This one's, I don't know how old that one is. I bet you can't even tell what it is, that one's like, I think it's 2019. This one here, 2019. It's a Blackbird. Um, so yeah, I mean I've got stuff gonna give away at some point. Just have to figure out how and when. Right. So I completely forgot why I was looking at something online. I don't know. Oh, right, yeah. I know what I was doing. So I'm just gonna pop over to Discord a minute and I'm gonna be really, really cheeky, but CCP did say before that, you know, um oh, quest completed. What's that? Wait, am I human? I think so. Uh okay, whatever. Where am I? Sometimes that never seems to work. Let's go here. Screen sharing, eh? Where are we? Nobody knows. Let's see if I get in trouble for that. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry guys. I'm actually an AI. This is an avatar. They actually make them this ugly and this old. So that's where we are right now. They're making AIs that. Do you like my cup? Where is it? Do you see that? Should have an Eve cup really. I got an Eve FanFest. Is this yours? 2026. This year's. I've got an E Fest top on. So the t-shirts are actually really, really nice. I've got a few, and I've got a really nice hoodie as well. And admittedly, it cost me. I can't remember how much it cost me, but I looked and I was like, oof, don't really want to pay that for a hoodie, but I do want an Eve hoodie, so I bought it. And it's one of my favorite hoodies. It's one of my favorite hoodies in the way that I don't like wearing it because I don't want to ruin it because it's a really nice jumper. It's just like nice and thick, like really nice quality. Um, because usually what happens is I buy hoodies and you can tell they're cheap. Um, and you're like you've paid like 30 odd quid, 40 odd quid for this hoodie, and you're like I could have got a £17 one from Marks and Spencer. No, not Marks and Spencer's, Pennies, or what do they call it? Um, Primark or something, and it would have been the same quality, you know. Yeah, it's shit in it. Do you know what I mean? But I do like it. It's a really, really nice quality one. Can you see in the background? Look, I've got this hat as well. This awesome, awesome hat from this group of guys, and they do stuff in Eve. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know these guys. MPSI rocks. Yeah, do stuff with friends, not blues. So I just wear that like when it's colder. That's a really nice one actually. But let's see. Right, so I've got my water down here because my keyboard's right there and I don't want to knock it. Um, but every time I shake the water, I'm seeing droplets go onto my keyboard and I'm like, ah. So I need to figure out what my next step is. Move the tea around a minute. Because a lot of this is like, sometimes people ask me like, how long does it take you to do a painting? And I'm always like, sometimes it takes me like I might have done this painting really, really quickly and had a great result and be sat here going, oh, I've got another 6 hours to fill. But sometimes it's not that simple. You sort of like looking at it and going, right, how am I going to approach this now? What is my next move exactly? Um, so I'm sort of like looking at it and I'm going, what is my next move? What is it I want to do right now with this? Um, that's where I'm at right now. And I kind of there's a there's this yellowy sort of color I want to sort of bring up. The other thing is I've got a complete lack of space here, which is not helping my current situation um, when it comes to painting. But what I really, really, really want to do right now is um, this yellow. It's not the yellow I want, or it is, but I just want it a little bit. Actually, to be honest, in this picture here, it's actually browner, and in the reference picture that so it's like that color, and I just want to, because I want it to sort of, there we go. I don't want it to be dull, a dull brown. I want it to be like a reddy, orangey, reddy sort of. Just silly really, because brown is like a muddy sort of so I'm just going to scrape this down and this way. In fact, I'm going to use this color is the one I'm going to bring around. I'm going to also, yes, So again, see this area here? I'm just gonna try and leave it a little bit uh, muddy. Muddy's not the right word, to be honest. This whole area needs to have some sort of wash, and um, I'm gonna worry about that afterwards because I just want right now. I just want these. There we go. This is a bit of a better color for me. I prefer this one. This one's actually going a bit more the color I want it. Uh, I'm having trouble hitting this because my I'm reaching sort of over. Oh, but I sort of like looking at it and I kind of want it a bit more orangey. I want a bit more color on that. Not here. You see here, I do very much want it that sort of yellow. But going back to what I was saying earlier, we do have this little area here. And all I want is a little flick there. See it? Just a little flick and then a flick here with the color there, right? And then a little bit here. And this whole thing now is going to go this color. See it? So we're going to sort of like take it right. Do you see what I'm saying about I'm gonna come back and cover this all now. This needs to have a block of white, so that's all right because it's not there. I'm gonna have to come back in and do that. And then we want some little square patches of that there. Rough, not doing anything fantastic. No major detail here. Bringing that down. There's a little line here and a line there. We're gonna bring that down and here. See under here? We're gonna bring that around. Just think, Gleam, would you be watching this channel had you not tried to kill me the other day? I don't mean in real life, guys. Um, I meant like in the game. I think I've got a pretty healthy view on Eve. Uh, Personally, um, I know a lot of people they don't like or don't enjoy PvP, especially not as much as I do. But I really do like the challenge, and my favorite is obviously going to other people's space and trying to, you know, I wouldn't say try and annoy. I'm not trying. I don't like annoying people. I just like to have a challenge. I like to have a challenging um, game experience. So I play a lot of games on hard, or it depends. I do. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I cheat. You know, you get a game and you're like, oh, I just, I'm not in the mood today. I just want to play easy mode, so you'll cheat or whatever. But for the most part, when I put Eve on and I'm doing PvP, I want people to give me a challenge. That's what I'm looking for. And I want the opportunity to use tactics to try and separate people and you know stuff like that. Some of this painting, I'm just sort of like literally just not even um, really making that much of an effort with. I had a great teacher once who said, um, great art teacher once who said, just try and draw with your hands in your pocket, and I've sort of that's what I try and do now. Try and just relax and and go with it. So again, pulling some of this color into the things, and this goes all the way here, which I'm gonna probably come back in with. Okay, so this one I'm gonna just do it here. Yeah, I'm gonna try and like um, bring some of these colors down, especially into this part here, and here, where I want it to sort of like have that sort of, it's not countenance, is it? I don't know the word for it, but I just want it to have that sort of warmer um that warmer sort of glow. And this one's actually really yellow, this bottom one. So, and you know what, we're actually gonna oh, didn't actually want to do that, but we did it now, so it's done. And again, so what I've done is I got a bit of the red that we were using earlier, a bit of the indigo, and I mixed that in with the remainder of the yellow I had, and just going to put in, shouldn't really, but I'm going to put in a bit of Payne's Grey. Thing is it, that's a bit too much Payne's Grey now. Yeah, that's a bit too much Payne's Grey. That's alright actually, yeah, we're alright. Yeah, yeah, sometimes it can be hard. Like I like to fight gangs, to be honest with you. I really miss sort of brawling, but every time I tried a lot of brawling quite recently, and it didn't really go that well, as you can imagine. Um, like brawling just usually ends up in you getting blobbed. Not always, but I just don't really have the what's the word? The mental fortitude, I guess. I don't know. I just don't really have the heart to to try that. I'm trying to get this color just right. Um, just to put a bit more water in it. It can be hard. It can be very very difficult to get fights in Eve at times. But I stayed behind because somebody it was a bit of a laugh and somebody had left. I think they had a stiletto that was AFK or something, and I burned like 300 kilometers for it. And um, so what happened is I killed that, and then the guys left. So I'm doing a bit of wet on wet right now. Um, this should give me a little bit of uh, hmm. But it is, it's, and that's the other thing as well. How often have you had someone in local say, "Oh, 1v1," and then 5 people or 6 people show up, Well, maybe you haven't, but it happens. It's happened to me so many times that I don't even bother with 1v1s. Plus, it's nice. It's a challenge to try and fight gangs and stuff with just your one ship. Um, See, I really want to hit that there, but it's just not really sort of letting me. And there's a couple of little details here that I can't really do with. I don't. I'm not really sure I can do it with this brush. So I'm just gonna um, do that for now. Um, and I'm gonna do that. Oh yeah, because this actually comes down. But I mean, yeah, yeah, I think as well, and I think the community on the whole should sort of encourage it, um, because it can also lead to larger engagements, like it can lead to deployments, engagements, it can lead to a lot of stuff um, like fun sort of stuff, Um, it's it's what I enjoy the most personally. Um, the solo small gang stuff. I really enjoy solo stuff. I guess it probably because I can be quite a bit of a loner at times. Um, and it's it's not through I don't know. I was going to say it's not through like selfish reasons or anything like that. I just, you know, I like to sometimes I just like to chill out, and you can't really do that in a gang, and you've got to communicate and talk to everybody, and just it's not really um possible all of the time, you know. Um, so I'm just laying some little detail with the darker color. Um, don't think I've got enough to do the bottom half here. Um, but do have just okay. This is one of those techniques that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, to be honest, a lot of the time when you ask for a 1v1, even even if you think they're honourable, especially small gangs, um, they'll just take the kill. Um, it's I don't know, like I usually like if I've taken ransom a few times. It's been a while since I've taken a ransom from somebody, but usually nowadays what I would tend to advise is don't pay ransom because people don't honour it now. Um, they find it funny to not to not honor it, um, and your reputation now is so diluted that um, yeah, I was going to say it's so diluted that no one's really gonna be like, oh yeah, that's the guy that always honors ransoms, or that's the corp that always honors ransoms. You know, you used to some degree have that. Um, like there were, I can't remember any off the top of my head, but you could be like, right, those guys always honor ransoms. I suppose if you're in low sec a lot and you're used to fighting specific guys, and you chat to them while you're shooting each other and stuff like that, they might see it a little bit differently because they might um, enjoy fighting with you, and they might want that sort of reputation moving forward. But it would have to be like I'm guessing it would have to be like an alliance or alliance or corp wide sort of thing where you just say, right guys, honor ransoms, you know. But I just can't. I'm not really seeing it, you know. There we go. Now this, I need to darken this up, but I'm not going to do that now until I've figured out what I'm doing with this general sort of area. Um, but it's alright. Maybe next time, if I'm in my Tyrannus, I can give you a 1v1, but you're unlikely to see me anytime soon flying around in anything bigger than a Tyrannus. Um, I've got my little projects on the go. So what are we doing here right now? You know, what is my next step exactly? I've got this sort of area here where I've got these splashes, and I want to come in with like a very, very, very dark color. Then we've got this area, which I'm not really sure I want to actually put. It's going to sound silly, but I'm not actually sure I want to put any detail in that bit. Um, I don't have to if I don't want to. Um, oh, damn it. Now that I've done that, I'm going to be like, oh, it's killing me. Yeah, I don't have to if I don't want to, but I do kind of want to do something with this. Um, I think I'm going to wait for it to dry. Um, and I'm kind of like looking at this middle bit. I mean, this bit's going reasonably well for now. This middle bit, I'm a bit like, I still want to make it sort of pop out. Um, so let me just think about this and have some popcorn. I won't subject you to the crunches. Give me a sec. I say this a lot. Um, that some of the best fights I've had. Don't get me wrong. The most memorable fights I've had, I think, was they're a great group of guys because they would talk to me afterwards as well. Um, and I think over the course of like the first hour or two of a war deck, I'd killed like 7 or 8 of them just on my own, like solo or and at one point dual boxing. I changed ship like a couple of times. But yeah, it was a fun fight, and we continued the war and fighting and stuff. And I still talk to some of them now, especially if I see them in local. I'll have a chat to them. Um, but some of the best fights I've had haven't even resulted in a kill or a loss. Some of them, definitely some of the more um, educational sort of fights have been like that. The only thing about kills and losses for me are um, they help to cement the memory, I think. Um, like I had a fight not so long ago with a group called Syndicate Protectorate. Seemed like cool guys. I was in Syndicate, I was fighting them, and I was in I lost a Hyperion, I lost a Demos to them, lost some other stuff trying to get brawls and that, and then I came out in an afterburner Kiki, like a 10 MN afterburner Kiki, and that was a really fun fight, and I'll remember that. I think I did kill something, but I don't know, I can't remember what it was. I think it was like a frigate or something like that. But there was like a lot of jostling, and I really enjoyed that. That was a really nice fight. Um, so yeah, you don't always have to get a kill. You don't always have to get a loss. Oh, you can't even hear the crunch anyway. It's me being all paranoid, and you can't even hear me eating. Maybe a little bit, but it is rare, and it's one of the reasons why I'm trying to um I'm doing this syndicate thing. I've got a little trade up. There's now 98. There's like 4 minor trade hubs now in syndicate, so you can pretty much get whatever you want from these particular systems. Some of them have like more liquidity with buy orders and stuff, and then I've got like I'm underwriting like giving insurance for what are bits? Why has someone given me bits? What do they do? Is someone giving me bits or do I earn bits? I don't have no idea. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out how I can sort of like promote people to come to the area, but as independents. I'm not recruiting. I'm not looking for an alliance. I'm not trying to get a bunch of people together and be blue. Um, oh, thanks, Rambo. What do they do? I don't even know what they do. I'm so like I have no idea what any of this does. All I know is it says 150 bits, 850 more bits to go. I don't know what that I don't know what that means. Um, so with the whole syndicate project, I just want to get like promote the idea of just going out there and doing your thing as an independent. You know, if you don't want to be in a block or whatever, or you like small gang PvP, just head out there. So I've underwritten. I've got insurance jobs, freelance jobs on Tech One exploration ships, mining frigates, and now mining barges. And you say mining? So that's all industrial stuff. Why would anyone want to go out there? And I'm like, well, first of all, you've got to get players there. If people go there and start mining and doing stuff, and people go there to hunt them, and if people go there to hunt them, then you've got people to hunt and stuff like that. So uh, cheers, bits, gifters. Oh, someone gifted 5 subs. Drunken phone booth. Okay, I'm gonna have to find out what all that sort of stuff does. But I figured, like I spoke to Urban Oxide. He's the guy who's out in BMNV. It's like the amount of stuff that he's put on the market in BMNV. If you cannot get something there, I would be shocked. Oh, okay. Um, he's got like so much there, and there's the guys in M2 as well. So we're all sort of like similar sort of like ideas, but the reason I've gone with industrial ships is just to try and get people out there. If you're like a new player and you're like, oh well, I can go to Syndicate and do whatever I'm doing. I can learn a bit about running around in nullsec without worrying about joining a group or whatever. If I lose my ship, no big deal. I get like I can get up to like 5 mil returned back to me. But if they hit the goal, they're going to be like, oh, that's great, and then they can just take it from that and take it to Jita, or they can sell it on the market in Syndicate if they can. So it really depends on them. Um, and it just opens up the area a little bit. You know, if you want to go there with a venture and just mine away, there you go for it. Now you can do that with mining barges as well. And then once people start coming there to mine and stuff like that, I'm gonna put bounties on people who are killing them. Give another reason for people to hang around the area. It's a strange concept, I know, but hopefully it will. Hopefully it will work out. So I figured what I'm going to do now. I'm just kind of want it to be a little. It's silly because I want it to be a little bit redder, but I know it's not. Yeah, like everyone's like, oh, there's nothing for veterans to do, and I'm like, well, if you're sat on like a trillion ISK or even 100 billion ISK, there's loads for you to do. You don't have to go and fire it off into like 10 Lokis and implants and stuff. You can do stuff with it. You can spend that money on trying to create. It might not go anywhere. Don't get me wrong, but I've had some positive responses, especially from people who've PvP'd out in Syndicate before. I would really, really like to see it turn into the first, like, nullsec faction warfare area, or at least, for the next set of campaigns to be like, let's fight over Syndicate or whatever, and be like just something different. Hey, Fenris, how's it going? You've joined just in time to hear me waffling on about the same sort of stuff I always waffle on about, really. So I'm gonna try and lay this dark color down a minute. Um, we'll just see how it goes. Okay, I was a bit. See that my confidence is telling me, oh no, I need to just. Is it my confidence or is it the unique set of skills that I've developed? Who knows? But we're gonna go all in now, and do you know what? I'll have to promise myself to come back in with some acrylic or something. And for now, just come in like that with yeah, not too bad, not too bad. How is Eve treating you? Hey Rambo, thanks for the bits. By the way, yeah, sausages. Notice those are dancing sausages. Do you like sausages in like real life? I say that real life. Like, I mean, like, do you like eating sausages? I do. I love sausages. I think they're great. Very unhealthy, but they're great. I feel like Tony the Tiger now. I feel like that's a little bit off, but I'm just not gonna worry about it. And there's some white stuff here, but I'm not gonna worry about that either. Gonna go around this. So today is the nightmare stream. And a couple of little bits I'm just sort of some of this stuff I will go back in afterwards with like a bit of acrylic, or well, what I actually use gouache. I keep saying acrylic, but I've been using gouache for that sort of stuff for a while now. It was actually my girlfriend's suggestion. Oh yeah, nice. I kind of a bit. I'm a bit bored of rubbing ESS. I kind of, yeah, I just want to get fights. It's you know, but yeah, it's a bit. It is a bit. Um, I've not been as active as I planned to be over this last year, but um, it's one of those things, isn't it? I might get a bit more active, but I've got a lot of stuff I'm doing as well, um, in other areas as well. I will. I mean, I will get active at some point, just not right this minute because I'm painting a nightmare. Now, how does that work out? Yeah, we're just filling in some blocky bits. Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's because I miss trying to find people doing other stuff. I used to catch people in the belts, um, or trying to fight small gate camps. I mean, the small gate camps have pretty much all but disappeared now. I don't see a lot of small gate camps because of projection. Whether we'll see them return because of the the ant seal changes or not I don't think we will. You know, I think they are gone from the game now. They are not coming back for the most part. I mean, you see like people just one or two players just camping gates. It's not, and that was like all over the place, and people hated low sec because of it. Um, but I don't see them coming back. Yeah, a lot of people just don't like risking stuff. So rather than, well, there's part of it's risk, and then part of it's like, how do I put it? Um, Not people don't like risking stuff. It's not what I was trying to say. Um, people don't like flying cheap anymore. So what people used to do or can do quite easily in, say, a thorax, they will use um, a faction fit demos for, like to kill ventures or something, for example, or to go into wormhole space. They will use instead of using like a bomber, they'll use a 3 billion ISK um, Proteus or something. We used to do bomber stuff all the time. And I like flying cheap. I was in a thorax the other day. The other thing about flying cheap is it sort of gives you a bit more, a bit of better practice, isn't it? If you can do stuff in a thorax nowadays, um, imagine what you could do in a demos type thing. Although tends to be, if you bring out a demos, so you're going to run into a curse or something along those lines. So I'm just trying to bring in some detail now with like a watered down color. This is Payne's Grey again, and yeah, this is Payne's Grey again. I'm just sort of bringing it, bringing it, bringing it out, and then there's a bit of a. Everyone's got their own way of playing. Yeah, yeah. I think my idea of flying expensive at the moment is using faction implants in low sec. But I lost a snake pod, like a mid-grade snake pod, all right, but not long ago. Um, in the other house, I was a bit annoyed by it because I was like spamming the warp button and nothing happened. But that's just latency for you, isn't it? Um, so I'm just starting to put in some of these little details. And we're going to do this bit as well. Um, and is that dry? I don't know if that's dry, but we're going to go. And then I'm just going to flick this around and bring it down. There we go. Something like that. And yeah, I'm doing a lot of trading at the moment because of that. Because I have I have things I want to get with the trade-in, sort of, so to speak. Well, part and parcel is because of the project that I'm running, or trying to run, I should say. Um, and I can't do it without ISK, and I need more. I need more ISK. I need more ISK for bounties and insurance. I want to do an ACL on uh, an ACL, or basically hire. The other thing is I want to hire sort of mercs, like professional mercs, like Noir or something like that, to work the area. You know, because I think it'd be interesting, especially if you're hiring different groups. You know, different groups to do the same job over different times. Um, you know, just some of these little. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about a red killboard, personally. It actually makes you look more engageable as well. Um, you know, um, which means more fights. And some of the best PvPers I've known had awful killboards. Doesn't mean they were crap. Just means that they were used to taking risks, um, where other people don't. You know, a lot of people with exceptionally good killboards don't take a lot of risks. You know, or it looks like they take risks, but they don't really. They rely on they're relying on other people to take those risks for them. You know, and I guess you could say, well, that's PvP, but yeah, it is. But they will actively avoid um, any type of what I would class as sort of like real risk. You know, now here is where I'm going to run into problems, because now I can see it coming together down at the bottom here. I've got to I've got to bring this in a bit. So why is that like that? I've got right, and then oh, that's not really what I wanted. Um, Again, that's not really what I wanted. I kind of messed that one up a bit there, because that is not what I wanted. That's supposed to be a bit a very dark color, and this is where I'm coming in here to just so what I wanted to do is bring this in a little bit and have. I feel like I would be better off if I had just gone very loose here, you know. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah, I was just thinking that. Um, I was like, okay, yeah. Oh, my tea's gone cold. So like 2 hours in now, and I feel like why can't I do it from now? I feel like it's coming along, but I also feel like it's got its own issues, you know? Um, which I need to sort out. Oh, a nuke, yeah. Um, yeah, that's right. My in-game name is LGO, yeah. Or one of my characters, my main, I suppose my main character, but so weird. I run 3 accounts, and I see myself. Yeah, that's the one. I see myself as being like as having multiple mains now rather than multiple ults. Yep, I love the Tyrannus, man. It's my favorite ship, but I was talking to Sutonia, and he said he got to the top of the Tyrannus board. He's got like over 3,000, 4,000 kills or whatever. He said he got to that within the first couple of years or whatever, very quickly to do it, first year or whatever, and he used it quite a lot. And I've been creeping up over the last 10 years with the Tyrannus. Um, I'm not as active as I'd like, but hey, Timber. Oh yeah, that's always good. Is your name Jacksamon in game? My favourite prawn. You've got Timber. You have my cat ears. I got I got prawn ears. Timber. That's what I have. Prawn ears. Let's have a look. Have I spelled that wrong? Jacksaw. No, nothing's coming up. Jacksalmon. I've got it spelt the same. Jack's lemon, yeah. Hmm. Why is it? I'm assuming you put joined, right? Not sure why it's got the little. I don't know why it's doing this. Uh, yeah, I don't know what it's. It's deleting some stuff. My auto mod is deleting some stuff, but I don't know why. Um, it depends. Socialize in public. What a name. It depends. Like it could be anywhere from sort of like between I'd say between 250 and 500 for something like this, depending on other factors in it. Sim, sim. I think I know who this is. Yeah, I think I know who that is. Simone. You've given me the wrong names though. I'm pretty sure I know who you are though. But I'm not getting. You were in Goons, weren't you? I thought you down in 1DQ. Is that right? And you. That's right. Yeah, yeah. And you actually helped me form War Crows with one other person like years ago. As soon as you said Simone, I was like, fought you a couple of times and was in my corp. Hmm. I couldn't think of it. I was like, who could that be? Like, because I fought a couple of my mates as well. But yeah, as soon as you said Simone, I was like, yeah, I know that is. Yeah. So anyway, anywhere from is it doing it again? Is it doing it again? Oh no, it's just me imagining it. So if you go to, I've got actually got a sale on. Um, so if you go to that site, uh, socialize in public, you get a good idea of what the paintings go for. I tend to. It might sound like a shitty tactic, but I think it's perfectly valid. What I tend to do is I will tend to price high when I initially put it on the website, um, and that gives people who seriously want to own it the opportunity to buy it. Because if I put this right once I finish this, if I put it on the website for £100, it's going to go like straight away. It's going to fly out. Someone's going to buy it straight away, and you might see it now and buy it like right away, but somebody else might see it tomorrow. If it's 500, it not only gives me a bit more income, but it also gives people a chance to go, oh, do I want to buy that or do I want to wait? you know, because I do run sales quite often. I have like a 15% discount. I think if you put Warcrows 15, I think you'll get like a 15% discount. There are other places you can put a discount on as well. Like for instance, Kiakti's got a code, I believe, for funny, um, and other places as well. So you know, there are opportunities to buy them cheaper, but if you're like, if you're a serious art collector, if you really, really want a piece of art, you're gonna spend it. You know, if I had like money in the bank and I wanted a piece of like, I don't know, like Ian McHugh's art, for example, like one of his paintings or something, or even Joseph Zubovic. Joseph Zubovic's art is like grants, thousands and thousands of pounds. And if I had like the expendable income, if I had like 1 million in the bank, I'd have one on the wall right now. And I'd buy, if I saw one that I'd like, I'd buy it as fast as I could, you know. And I know it does price out, it does tend to price out people that don't have that sort of money or that expendable income, but at the same time, um, it will drop in value. And some of the stuff I like, other people don't like, and then other stuff that people really really like, they don't buy. You know, so it just depends. Just depends. There's no exact science. Right, where's my brush? I really want to darken this area here for a start. I'm quite happy with this, the way this is progressing, and I want to do something with this. Just not sure what. Um, so right now I'm thinking I'm 2.5 hours in. Is that right? 2.5 hours? Yeah, I'm 2.5 hours in, and I'm thinking, right, what is going to be my next step? I kind of need to make some more orangey changes on this one. Although on the picture there it's not as orange, and I'm trying to bring it out a little bit. I want it to be like quite vibrant. Um, so I want to kind of want to bring this shadow. You know, we've got like this little square patch of light here, and this like patch of light. I need to make them stand out. So that means I need to darken the rest of it. So I think that's what I'm probably going to do next. It's just obviously my mixing bowl is full of darks. So what do I do? Um, put that one there and bring in a new one. So that's what we're going to do. And if you just bear with me, I need to delete. We'll be right back. It's all that tea I drink. All right. Well, I hope you're doing well, Logan. Do you still play? Ooh.
So I'm just trying to think. I do kind of want to borrow some of this color. And then let's get some yellow in there. And a bit of red. So you can see this bit here, I'm going to put some water down, and this bit here, I'm going to put some water down as well. And then this should then allow me to bring it across. Oh, I shouldn't have gone over that bit because I wanted some of that to be a bit more a little bit darker. And here, and then we've got a little bit up here and here. So this one I kind of wanted a little bit more orangey. At the top here. And then sort of like a bit more yellowy and stuff there, and a little bit here and here. And obviously I've got to actually come into this bit at some point and do all my little bits of detail, because at the moment this bit is sort of like lacking any of those sort of like those minor sort of like details that I've promised myself I was going to put in, and this needs a little bit more. I know I said I wasn't going to do anything there, but just a little bit more color. And I think, you know what I think I also want to do is I also want to, bring that sort of yellow orange to this bit. And here. I do really, really wanna come back in and sort of edit this. I think what I'm gonna end up doing is it's starting to put some of the details back in, I think. So let's just get the hairdryer out. Oh, popcorn everywhere. Right, I'm going to turn you off. So now I need to find my pencil. It's a Faber-Castell mechanical pencil, and I'm going to start just penciling in oh, some of these details that I think I'm losing. Right, so this, for example, um, there's this little patch here. Um, so we've got this coming around here. It's just I don't always do this, but at the moment it's just helping me stay a little better on track with this. You know, um, so I know that this goes here, for example, and then this is that line here that comes down, and wait a minute, if this bit is my dark line, okay, yeah, so then this bit has gone outside of its little, the area that it was supposed to be, you know. um there we go. So we have it here, because I was starting to lose this one. I know that there's a channel here, for example, and then from here this comes around. Now some of these highlighted areas I can bring out quite easily, but I still have to know where they are. So by bringing in a pencil now, I can sort of start highlighting my channels, my little processes, um, and then going from there. I was originally going to I was originally gonna sort of go back in with a sketch and do some other stuff, but for some reason I didn't. I chose not to. Uh, but it gets to the point sometimes where you've got um, all of this stuff sort of going on, and you're like, oh, where was I? And I've got to that point now, so I really just needed to sort of like remind myself of where some of these details that I'm trying to get in are. And then again, some of these details are just gonna. that needs to go black. This needs to this needs a bit of a better bit more accuracy because these are like sharp. These are like sharp sort of like details that we kind of want to capture um, to sort of help bring out those main sorts of those main details. So, and again, like some of it's not really overly going to be noticed by people, you know. Like I can do this bit like that, and then just have this coming down here, and no one's going to know. No one's going to know. Quite literally, they're not going to know that that detail isn't actually there. So I'm just going to bring this around. Well, if they know, then they can appreciate the illusion. You know, it's my head in the way. Yeah, have I stuck my big fat head in the way yet? Um, yeah, we do really need to bring out some of these. Some of these. This is a very red. I'm just gonna. So usually the splash is here to protect us. This grey area is here to protect us, but because it's not here on this bit, I'm going to use the pencil to just try and outline it there a little bit, just to give it a little bit more definition. And what I'm going to probably do is I'll come back in a minute. This one definitely needs some acrylic going on there. Oh, acrylic. I keep calling it acrylic. I'm not even using acrylic. It's there we go. That's what this needs as well. This really, really needs its dark sort of areas. So you can see this bit here and this bit here really need to have their they need to go dark. They need to go dark. All of this. There's a little bit there that can stay, but the rest of it needs to go dark. And then so there's a dark line there. This also goes dark here. There's a lot of this, details that you might miss. Is it greebles? Tamber, are you there? Is it greebles? Do we call them greebles? What are greebles? Are greebles the bit of the prawn that we don't eat? I don't think Tamber's with us. I think he's left the chat. He's like, I've had enough of that prawn, and he's bullshit. So can we see this coming together, chat? What do we think? I kind of need to flatten this down as well. So again, see this is highlighted, um, but it needs to go. Needs to go black. Then well, not black, not black, 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 black. But even here, look, lines upon lines. And then that. So let's go from the front of this bit now. Don't want to do too much pencil on this yellow work. But I do need to do some. What is everyone else doing with this lovely Thursday? Is it good weather where we all are? Kind of wondering where Fenris is at the moment, if he's managed to be successful in his raids. This is that bit. So you got a little dot there. That's right. Little L. With a little L. Did you make bank, or are you doing that solo or with the guys? Oh, that's alright, yeah. Not bad at all, is it? Yeah, I got a feeling that you probably start doing more sky hooks soon, you know, because of the changes, and then everyone's going to cry that they can't defend their structures. At which point, Akami's going to be like, "Well, that's kind of like the point. You're not in the area. Um, you need to be in the area to defend your structures, right?" Yeah, I'm totally seeing how this now needs some of the highlights now, I think. It's all right. We're getting there slow. We're getting there slowly. This isn't a race in any case. So yeah. really sure what this one's doing because I think I might have just done that bit wrong. And this needs to come up and over. A bit like that. But I don't know if it's a paint blotch or... well, it looks like there's lights there anyway, so... And then we've got a little light patch there. And then, yeah, these... Okay, I think I need to... I think that's that now. But I think we still need some definition here. And you know what that means? That means more of this. So, oh God, hang on. There's a clear line here, right? And everything up to it or around it. Okay. a little bit of orange because this one I want to. And it's the same. It's the same for this one. There's a clear. There's a clear line here. And we just want to. Oh, thanks for this subscription, Fenris. I've no idea how any of that works. Just means no ads, right? I'm gonna have to get someone to teach me how all of this works at some point because I literally have no idea. I think the other day, Pando raided me, right? And I was just like, what? Why have I got like 300 people in the channel? Like, I had no idea because I didn't know where the little bits were, you know. It said it in the channel, but I'm a bit blind, you know, when it comes to stuff like that. Here we go, look. Go. Then we're gonna come here and do a little bit more red. Bring it in. I mean, this one's actually black, so I can and like I said, this area really, really, really needs to just have its bit of shadow. Same with this bit. It's just a bit. Oh, if I, I just saw it and clicked. I don't even know what it did. For oh right, yeah. I think if I had it on the stream, if I was playing a stream, it'd tell me. But while I'm in oh look, you can see that moving around. But while I'm in let me move that over because that might. While I'm in OBS, I don't see the notification unless I go to activity feed, I think. Uh, yeah, so activity feed. So, oh, I got a couple of follows today, which I didn't see. But they probably popped up on the stream, or they should have. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. Because I'm like I said, I'm terrible at this. Every now and again, something happens with this music, and I'm like, huh? Is that am I have I pressed something? Um, so we're still at let's have a look. I mean, we're getting there, right, guys? What do you reckon? I mean, what I'm looking at is the fact that it's now 3 hours and 20. And the last time I said it was 2 hours and 2.5 hours in, and I'm really, really craving a cup of tea. And I'm thinking, So I also need to come up here and get this because this is my gouache and it's a little bit dry. Which is not good. Well, when I say a little bit dry, I mean um so dry that it's literally cracking. Nope, we're not going to do that yet because we've still got more dark areas to put on. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and make a cup of tea in a minute, guys. We're not doing too bad actually, considering we're nearly 3 hours in. We're not doing too bad on this one. Might even have time for some sketching. So if you just bear with me a minute while I go and make a cup of tea, and then we'll come back. And I know, yeah. The other thing is like some people count the time. They don't count the time you take to sketch it out, and they don't count the time. Like, so I might be sitting there and eating popcorn, right, and I'm chatting to you guys, but I'm sort of like looking at the painting and I'm trying to figure out what next, which layer to go on, what to do now. Should I do this? Should I use pencil? Should I do the highlighted areas? And although I'm talking about it, when I'm actually painting, I'm only looking at a small bit. So when I come out and I sit here, I can look at it and go, "Oh right." And then you've got the drying stage. Um, Sometimes I don't really want it to dry, so I have to do fast. But then other times I take the opportunity to let it dry normally. Partly because when you dry it with a hair dryer, sometimes it comes out a bit funky, and sometimes when you just let it naturally dry, it comes out a bit better. So, but also it gives me the time that I need to sort of like look at my reference, look at my painting, sort of like look at adjust what I'm thinking or where I'm going to go with it. What my next step is. Um,
which bits I've really cocked up on. But on the grand scale of things, yeah, on the grand scale of things, we're really looking at, um, like I said, we're really looking at just focusing on this bit here. Yeah, not even the spike, but just this bit here, and sort of like this. So sort of like this bit here, and maybe a little bit like this. So it looks. We kind of want to make this bit detailed, and then this bit just have it like hazy, or well, not hazy, but not as not as detailed, you know. So I'm gonna go downstairs, make a cup of tea while you guys enjoy this lovely music. I'll even turn it up a little bit for you, look. You can imagine. All right, I'll be right back. Come on, Skylar. Skylar. Ooh. Just see. Gonna meet my let me see her. Skylar. Skylar. There she is. Hello. Come here. Up. Aww. Wanna say hello to chat? Hey? With your little fishy breath. Yeah? Hey? Aww. Yeah. Go on. Go to bed. Come. Bed. Come. Off she goes. Come. Well, that's paint. You can't eat that. Well, you probably could. You probably could. I wouldn't suggest it. Good girl. Um, she is. She's very lovely. She can be a bit barky at times. Yeah. This is the sort of person I really want to wash my neck because I'm terrible like that. Sometimes I'm all right, but then I have to. Yeah, I'm a bit of. It's not that I'm not a germaphobe. But she's lovely. She is lovely. Right. So let's get some drips of water into. Can you hear me from there? Can you hear me from there? Do I have to speak loudly? Loud words. They say to reactivate the to just put some water in there to try and reactivate that, but we'll see. Give it a minute, and then come back over. We're gonna grab this again. I'm gonna go back to Payne's Grey. This is kind of like I feel like Payne's Grey is cheating. Payne's Grey is like my black. Um, but it is pretty much like mixing those two together. Just a bit. It's just a bit better. For it's only echo now. Can you hear that? Hello. Okay, you can hear that. There's no echoing, right? What did I do? What have I done? Hello. Does this echo? Hello. Does this echo? That's not echoing. This is not echoing. Because I've got the stream on the laptop next to me as well, so I put it in there to see. Now watch this. This is gonna blow your mind. How we go. I can rest now because it's dry. I'm gonna go this central bit because I really want to add some darker lines, right? So just a couple of little lines. And you'll get to see Now we go a bit darker because so yeah, little dot there, and then this bit. You'll get to see how dark lines really sort of start pulling it off the page. At some point, we're going to go back in there and add some darker colors. But for now, I'm just kind of trying to put in all the little dots. Ah, so it was you. Tell you what, my shoulder is actually hurting. Is that right? That's actually up there. So then it's this bit. Oh, oh dear. Watching earned you a drop. Tap the box to claim. What's that about? A drop of what? In-game item. Oh, okay. I just earned myself an in-game item, guys. That's rather spooky. Not spooky. That's the wrong word, isn't it? Okay. Back to the painting. Right. So, like I was saying, you'd be surprised how well some dark paint will actually start making things pop out a little bit more. And I got to go in with a smaller brush. Oh, where did we go? I've lost it. Oh, there we are.
still think I need a lot more uh, contrast in this little bit. This needs to be darker again for it to really sort of like pop out, I think. Or mm, it's a really nice skin. I can't remember what it's called though. Should we have a look while it's drying? Whoa. Or more to the point, should really get all of my little Do you know what I can do? Actually, there is a tiny, tiny little trick. Maybe it'll work. In this. Because obviously there's still work to be done. Yeah, I can still do some layers and details and some highlights and stuff like that. But I've just grabbed this. It's a mauve color, and this one is an acrylic white. All right, so we're going to use some acrylic now.
I'm not I'm not sure if this is the right color to use for this per se, but we can do a bit of this. Bollocks. Okay. And what we're going to do is going to do right just to try and I mean this one's white. This bit's white anyway. Don't need to worry about that bit too much. Uh, okay, and then needs to be some yellow in there, doesn't there? So this is what I mean about like some of the small details that might not necessarily this is like the pass. Just come in here with just right. Technically, it's not actually like that, but it works. Why it works, I don't know. And then this one as well. This one needs yellow. Okay. And yeah, so we're going to bring a little bit of yellow into here. So I can just so I can we'll bring a bit of yellow into that in a minute. And then
This wasn't even what I was planning on doing actually. Um, but seeing as we're here, I'm doing it now. Um, what I was actually planning on doing is something well, not completely different, but seeing as we're here, right? And then a little bit here. And do you know what? There's like these three, four. There were four red lights. So 1, 2, 3. But that's not it. See, well, I'm gonna do that. Gonna do that in a minute. But what I wanted to do right now was get a bit of white. Get a tiny, don't go. Get a tiny bit of this mauve, purple. It says mauve, but purple. Right? Can you see that? Right? But we don't want that much purple. So we want a big scoop of this white. There we go, just a bit. Thanks, mate. Enjoy your day. Kind of there, but kind of not there. Just a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to plonk a bit in the middle there. Right? I'm going to plonk a bit up here. Plonk a bit here. And a few places. Just now I'm going to water it down a bit as well because I want to make this little bit last. And I just So this is what we just do, a little bit of texture tapping. You don't get much, but you will get some. So we're very much focused on the top bit, because the bottom bit I'm going to do a little bit differently, I think. But you can see, look, that little area now definitely stands out a bit more. But we just need a bit more. We just need a bit more color. Or not color. I don't know if that's the right color or not. Oh yeah, that's gonna be. It's gonna be beautiful, guys. Yeah, yeah. A little bit redder, a little bit more red. Oh, okay. Let's force all this down. And now we've got a nice watery. Watery colour to do this with. All right. Told you we'd come back in here in a minute. All right, let's get this actually mixed up properly so I can I must like have an inbuilt clock because I just thought, oh, I fancy a cup of tea and it's now 4:30 and I'm like, wasn't it like 3:30 the last time I wanted something like a tea? Okay, this is good for now. It's not bright white, but it's also not extremely bright white or complementary white. So we can get a few little pieces in, right? Okay, I'm gonna go back up here and do a couple of little dots as well.
Hey, how are we today, Mr. Crowolf? Don't Crowolf. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Guys, just got to go pee again a second. I'll be right back. I swear, some streamers, man, I don't know how they manage to sit there for like 8 hours and just without going to the loo at all, like, you know. So, but there we are. There we have it. You know. So I've got I've still got quite a bit to do. But it's all sort of like you can see it's sort of like mostly just details. May I actually just show you something because the reference I've got for you is just a screenshot, right? But the one that I'm painting from is that one, you know. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a I've got both. I'm sort of like working from both, you know, like because I like this one. This is the original, and that's kind of like the aim. Um, that's like the primary goal is this version, or to sort of like get it to sort of like that standard. And then I've got this one, the one that I have on my screen as well is this one, and that's just so I can see it's so I can see a bit more of the colors and contrast. You know, it's like a high contrast version and stuff like that. But this isn't what we want it to look like. It's just so I can pick out a few minor details that I might want to focus on, if that makes sense. Um, so what I'm looking at now is sort of like this section here. I'm thinking it needs like an orange, sort of almost like an orange wash, but it doesn't really. It's just I kind of want it to, I kind of want to make it pop a little bit more, and I also need to come down here. So I do kind of want that orange wash. Let's come back to this one. I'm going to go flip back from details to details and stuff like that. And this isn't. See this color now? Do we have any red? Any red here that wants to come out? Or is this acrylic? No, it doesn't look like any of this. It looks like this might all be acrylic. Okay. We do have a little bit of red here.
Let's just have a quick gander at this, shall we? Right, yo. Let's get back to it, shall we? We've got a few more, especially this bit. Right now, this bit. I know I said I didn't really want to do a lot about it, but right now that bit is kind of like, psh, there's nothing there. There's no sort of like detail there. Minimal detail here, and then these bits are how I wanted them. Problem is now I need to make sure that these pointy bits. These pointy bits are how I want them. That's the main thing now. Um, so to aid me in that, I'm gonna go back. Oh, that's very useful, isn't it? To aid me in this, I'm going to go back to one of these colors. Brown. So we're gonna go with the smaller.
smaller one. That one needs to be a bit yellow, really. But I'm gonna do this anyway because and then this one's almost like a knife edge. We're just doing a few bits, guys, to this. So, for example, this now. This is yellow. I really need to sort of like figure out what I'm doing with this spiky bit, because I've sort of like missed it out. But it's alright. We'll get there. We're just not there right now, you know. Um, do you see that? Look, where are we?
One thing I did forget was to get that little bit of, oh, sorry, bumped you. Bit of a minor bump in there. Get a bit of cerulean blue that I was going to do because I completely forgot. Okay, and then do you know what I'm going to do as well? I'm going to put a little bit here, uh, just because there is a bit there. So we've got a couple of issues here right now, or at least they're issues for me. And one is that put this up here. One is that this little bit here, not really sure what to do with it because it's not really gone the way I planned. And the second issue is these little flecks of paint. How am I going to sort them out? Maybe maybe I will correct it by doing this. So what you're saying is I'm going to put some white on, and then I can go and put
Yeah, because that's got that coffee, that sort of coffee look. But I really do have to sort of come back in here with color, and it's the same with here. There's these splatterings of color that have just disappeared. Um, so I've got to come back in anyway and add and re-add them. But what I need to do is I need to first put a bit of white down, uh, so I can go over the top. I mean, if we can go up here as well. You know, there are colors that have sort of disappeared. Same here, look, there's some splashes that have um, disappeared. And I just want to sort of try and bring them back. Same with these little dots, you know, there's that I just want to bring back. Same here. Oh, uh, you know, we've got this lovely sort of splash colors here, but no splashes, which is unfortunate because our reference has them and I want them. I want them back. So we have to come in and sort of rectify that. And hopefully this works. Otherwise I'm going to be sat going, no, no, I've ruined it. But it's alright. You know, I have some confidence in myself.
only problem is I have to now look for the matching sort of acrylic. So some of these colors are going to have to be a bit darker, but that's all right. Now, if you just bear with me a minute, I'm going to run downstairs and get my acrylics. Here we are, back again, and gonna have to actually, I'm going to take this palette and go and wash it a second and get some clean water because I don't want to muddy up these colors. Connected because we disconnected, but it does never tells you it's disconnected. It just says connected. Right. So clean water. That should be a bit drier now. Semi-clean palette that we're going to now add some. What did I do with that? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, the acrylic uh, might be a bit, might be a bit dry. Oh, damn. Yeah, it's coming out a bit like rubber, this one, so we might have to go with plan B. Does this have I think. If I'm lucky, I might be able to get a little bit of yellow. Okay. Okay. I think that yellow's fucked. I'm gonna get a bit of yellow out of it, but it's not really doing what I want it to. Doesn't matter anyway because we weren't going for yellow anyway, really. Don't have a bloody orange either, so okay. Let's see if we can work fast. Oh, it's not really working. It's not really working at all. It's not really working. So what are we going to do? We can't get the yellow or the orange to work. I'm going to go with this color right now. Um,
but oh, it's not too bad. It's just I wasn't expecting that yellow, that yellow, the yellow that I was using was kind of like the key right there. So without it, I'm kind of like I was a bit not really there. So we'll have to try and try something else. Hmm, that's not quite it either, is it? I have to draw this in now. Because I didn't do it earlier, so I fucked up earlier. This is great. Gonna have to actually lift some. This is how badly I've kind of fucked up. Right. I need to bring that out so I can add to. Just need to let it sort of dry a minute. So I'm going to go back and bring the hairdryer back out.